lang magigiti, hindi papi. Kabuti ay batig, 500 taon ng daluyot yanig, tayo bumabangon. Isang puso pa rin, isang alab sa dilim. Iba't iba man ang mga bituin, sa isang kalawakan magniningning. Magkahawak kamay sa lilim ng bughaw na langit, umaawit. Mabaon man sa putik, matapos ang bagyo, lahat magkakapit-bisig, patuloy na sumusulong. Isang puso pa rin, isang alab sa dilim. Iba't iba man ang mga bituin, sa isang kalawakan magniningning. Magkahawak kamay sa lilim ng bughaw na langit. Ang magpabiling, dili magpapildi, dungganing awiton, dili mapahilom. 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 Isang puso pa rin, isang alab sa dilim. Iba't iba man ang mga bituin,
the convener for the 10th session of the Philippine International Quincentennial Conference. A warm welcome to all. The theme for session 10 is belief systems and spiritual climate in the Philippines over the last 500 years. On the eve of the arrival of Christianity in the Philippines 500 years ago, we were communities that had indigenous belief systems along with Muslim principalities. Our session of two panels revisits the impact and ramifications of the Christian social order on the Filipinos for the whole stretch of 500 years. We have esteemed scholars who will walk us through an interrogation of our historical religious experiences today. So good morning and good afternoon and good evening wherever you are joining us today. No? So welcome to the panel 10, Belief Systems and Spiritual Climate in the Philippines over the last 500 years of the Philippine International Quincentennial Conference. So I am Cecilia Santa Maria Abalos, and I will be your moderator for today. I am not a historian, but I am a fan. So we are currently live on almost 100 Facebook pages. The National Quincentennial Committee, Department of Foreign Affairs and other foreign service posts, National Historical Commission of the Philippines, and the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, UP Baguio, among others. So let's start the program proper. Constructs of reality and so-called truth is a product of belief system. Hopal and de Gruyter says that beliefs are part of an existing cultural phenomena that facilitates truths for individuals and social groups. Examining discourses on belief systems in the Philippines entails probing into the religion and the spiritual climate existing in the last 500 years. This morning, such examination will be elaborated by our presenters. Maria Setlana T. Camacho took her AB Humanities Interdisciplinary Program from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, magna cum laude. She earned her MA in Liberal Arts, areas in art history and urban geography, and her PhD in history from the University of Navarra, Pamplona, Spain. Dr. Camacho is an associate professor of the Department of History, College of Arts and Sciences, University of Asia and the Pacific. Dr. Camacho is also the Vice President for Faculty Affairs of the University of Asia and the Pacific. Her publications include historical perspectives of women, parental authority, and marriage. Dr. Camacho will present her paper titled The Virtues of Marriage and Maidenhood, Shaping the Meaning of Sexuality in the Early Spanish Colonial Period, that elaborates on, if I may quote from her abstract, how canonical marriage and the concept and practice of recogimiento, central to the Spanish feminine ethos, were specific means by which the Catholic teaching on human sexuality was introduced as part of the Christianizing process in the first 2 centuries of Spanish rule. Our second presenter, Una Paredes, took her BA in Anthropology, minor in History from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. She earned her MA in Anthropology from Arizona State University and received the diploma in Humanitarian Assistance from the Fordham University. She earned her PhD in Anthropology from the Arizona State University. Dr. Paredes is an Associate Professor for Southeast Asian Studies, Director of Undergraduate Studies, Department of Asian Languages and Cultures, University of California, Los Angeles. Dr. Paredes' publications include indigenous studies with focus on the Lumads of Mindanao. Dr. Paredes' paper titled Finding Tribes, the Christianization of the Peri-Colonial Philippines emphasizes the importance of diachronic historical perspective, which is necessary to make sense of how Catholicism has not only shaped the diversity of modern Philippine cultures, but also how it has configured cultural and political spaces so completely. Our third presenter is Regalado Trota Jose of the Archivo de la Universidad de Santo Tomas. He is an archivist of the Miguel de Benavides Library, University of Santo Tomas, and a faculty of the Cultural Heritage Studies Program Graduate School of the University of Santo Tomas. Professor Jose finished his AB Anthropology, University of the Philippines Diliman cum laude, and earned his MA Philippine Studies major in Humanities, University of the Philippines Diliman. With a broad range of cultural heritage projects, curatorship, and curatorial work, Professor Jose's publications are on visual documentation of Catholic churches by Bayin, among others. Professor Jose's paper titled A Cross Standing on a Dragon, or a Dragon Supporting a Cross, will elaborate on the presence of Islamic motifs on Catholic church bells. Paul Arvizu, our last presenter for today, is from the University of Asia and the Pacific and is currently the Vice Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, University of Asia and the Pacific. He took his Bachelor of Arts in Communication Arts from Ateneo de Manila, summa cum laude, MA in Liberal Arts with specialization in Philosophy, University of Navarre, Pamplona, Spain, Master of Arts in Medieval Studies, University of Toronto, Canada, Licentiate in Medieval Studies, Pontificate Institute of Medieval Studies in Toronto, Canada, with specialization in Philosophy. Doctor of Philosophy in Medieval Studies from Toronto or University of Toronto. His works range from vital publication contributions that demonstrate the narrativity of history through the many scripts for plays and musicals, among others, that he has produced. Dr. Dumol's paper titled The Unacknowledged Legacy of Christianity in the Islands of Luzon, the Visayas, and Northern Mindanao elucidates how the family was redefined in a radical way. Pamilya versus mag-anak, and key values were established. Justicia versus katwiran, the dignity of women, and the sacred versus materialistic character of marriage in the islands of Luzon, Visayas, and Northern Mindanao. So let's welcome our first presenter for today, Dr. Svetlana T. Camacho.
Thank you very much, Dr. Santa Maria, for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. I would first like to thank the Quincentennial Committee for inviting me to take part in this panel, and in particular, Dr. Nena Florendo. Start my presentation. So the virtues of marriage and maidenhood shaping the meaning of sexuality in the early Spanish colonial period. This paper discusses how canonical marriage as a concept and practice of recogimiento, central to the Spanish feminine ethos, were specific means by which the Catholic teaching on human sexuality was introduced as part of the Christianizing process in the first 2 centuries of Spanish rule. Through law, pragmatic literature, and archival sources, I will give examples of normative change and adaptation in the sphere of marriage and family and institutions for women. Maybe more of the first. In his seminal work, John Levi Phelan wrote, "The spread and the eventual acceptance of the Christian ideal of matrimony among the Filipinos represents one of the most enduring achievements of the Spanish religious. A new standard of premarital and marital morality was set up. Like all such norms, this one was not always observed, but it was a standard destined to exercise continuing influence to the coming centuries." I have tried to see if this statement of Phelan could be substantiated in this study and in previous studies I've made. So the main and most obvious obstacles to Christian marriage were polygamy and divorce, which ran directly counter to the essential characteristics of exclusivity, monogamy, and indissolubility. Because of the wealth involved in terms of bride price, those practices were more prevalent among the datus and their kin. In the religious chronicles, we find accounts of datus being baptized after hurdling the final requirement of remaining with one wife. The canonical question of the validity of marriage contracted before baptism hinged on whether pagan marriage assumed non-permanence or not. But as the Jesuit Francisco Ignacio Alsina argued, it was difficult to determine the intention of the contracting parties, whether they married with the possibility of divorcing at will in mind. The primary evidence from a survey that Alsina made among the Visayas was that only 2 out of 10 marriages ended in divorce. Thus, one could not generalize for the Philippine natives what could simply be a corruption or abuse of the institution. Also, that the greatest praise of women's virtue on their death were symbols of their faithfulness and purity. That is, they had known no other man than their husband. But there were other impediments to Christian marriage that the missionaries had to contend with, such as cases of unions between relatives within the prohibited second degree of consanguinity, this in Catholic marriage. The sacramental form of marriage that the Spanish regime brought followed the norms issued by the Council of Trent. The secular authorities recognized the Catholic Church's authority over marriage, understood both as a sacrament and as a contract. The Church legislated about marriage as such and exercised jurisdiction over it, determining the validity of betrothals and marital unions and settling matrimonial cases. The Council of Trent configured canonical marriage to give it a more public character. The conciliar decree known as Tamedsi addressed clandestine marriage by requiring 3 witnesses, one of which was the parish priest or a substitute designated by him or by the bishop. The wedding should be preceded by the publication of banns at Mass on 3 consecutive feast days and then duly registered in parish records. The mutual and free consent of the spouses was reinforced as the essential element of marriage, that is, the external manifestation of the internal willingness to marry, and therefore the freedom from coercion resulting from fear. The canons or laws issued by the Council of Trent reiterated the exclusivity and indissolubility of marriage and specified impediments that invalidated marriage, some of which could be dispensed. As in other territories of the Spanish Empire, handbooks for the administration of sacraments were prepared and published in the Philippines as means to ensure the implementation of tridentine marriage and to inform on legislation that applied particularly to natives who were newly converted, which had previously been enacted for the Americas. By the 18th century, manuals for priests for their pastoral work with native Filipinos were also printed. In the manual prepared by, for example, by the Franciscan Sebastian Totanes, he includes the script for the explanation of the 3 purposes of marriage to be given to the couple before the wedding. In sum, the sacrament of marriage elevates the union of man and woman, making it holy so that together they may procreate. Thus, the only legitimate context for sexual relations is marriage, given the natural fruit of children. Aside from having offspring, parents have the moral obligation to raise them to be good Christians. The consequent creation of family requires exclusivity of spouses. Having sexual relations with someone who is not one's legal spouse is a grave misconduct. The bond that the sacrament confers is divinely ratified through the sacrament, which in turn is the source of divine help called grace for the couple to cultivate a relationship of love and friendship for life. In short, the purpose and sacramental context of conjugal relations confer on them the quality of holiness and therefore a deeply moral nature. It follows then that the transgressions against the sixth and ninth commandment were never flimsy. The Tridentine doctrine on sexuality revolved around the sacrament of marriage. The pastoral approach then would be better understood in this light. The manuals for the administration of sacraments, as well as handbooks for religious ministers from that period, advised the parish priest or the doctrineros that before issuing marriage bans during the mandatory prenuptial investigation, to probe carefully into the willingness of the contracting parties to marry and also other possible impediments, such as previous marriage promises, sexual relations with the relative of the prospective spouse, for which dispensation might be granted or not, depending on the nature of the impediment. Again, given the holy character of matrimony, confession and communion were the other required preparations for the couple to receive the sacrament. Since matters dealing with sexual conduct and disposition were mostly matters of conscience, the confession guides were more detailed in dealing with them. An examination of these will show how closely religious ministers were to follow the laws on marriage. For the more salient sins of adultery and fornication, the aggravating circumstances spelled out in canon law were also important. For example, whether the other party was a relative by consanguinity or affinity. Depending on the matter, some questions were gendered, with men more often the object of scrutiny as regards extramarital affairs and premarital sexual relations. Questions on the conjugal debitum are directed more to women who were advised to be obedient to their husband's wishes. Sins committed internally, such as lustful desires, as well as frivolous demeanor or sexual banter, were asked of both men and women. The moral demands derived also largely from the belief that God dwelt in the person who is a unity of body and soul. Overall, the questions debunk the stereotype that the Christian virtue of purity was mainly for women, based on a double standard morality, as I think I've explained previously. Nonetheless, the gendered questions seem to correspond to virtues or vices considered more characteristic of masculine and feminine types, such as the philanderer and the obedient wife. The extent to which moral instruction was achieved through the sacrament of confession can only be imagined, but the prudence of priests showed them that this channel was more effective than ritual or homiletic exhortations in reaching the moral conscience. The Church tried to address the incidence of cohabitation without marriage, which went directly against the doctrine of marriage as the only moral setting for sexual relations and procreation. The main reasons it discovered were economic in nature, the reasons for the incidence of cohabitation. The inability to give the complete bride wealth and bride service required by the woman's family, the prohibitive rates of fees for the administration of the sacrament, and excessive expenses for the wedding. The successive laws prohibiting and eventually regulating the first bride price and bride service, and exhortations to make wedding celebrations more sober proved largely ineffective. The schedule of fees was adjusted and ministers were instructed to charge reasonably. The concern for the undue delay of marriage and the consequent cohabitation before the wedding in order to preempt lapses in premarital chastity was a recurring statement in handbooks and episcopal communications. And eventually in the late 18th century, the councils, not a provincial council. Among the impediments that have surfaced more often are those of consanguinity and affinity, including those arising from having illicit sexual relations prior to or during marriage. I have seen records of petitions and granting of dispensations for such impediments both prior to marriage as well as after the discovery of the impediment, which had hitherto been undeclared. Also, in some cases brought to the ecclesiastical court about broken marriage promises, this same impediment is invoked by the defendant to justify why he reneged on the marriage agreement. Such cases lend credence to some extent to the complaint of authors of pastoral handbooks that the natives did not give much importance to premarital chastity. Thus, they harped on the persistence of the customary rite service, which facilitated close contact between the betrothed couple in the very home of the woman. On the other hand, the aforementioned cases demonstrate, at least by the 18th century, the awareness of the moral implications and limits of having affective and sexual relations within certain degrees of kinship and the risk of having children out of wedlock. The other salient consequence of premarital relations impacted on women's honor, especially if they resulted in pregnancy or having children out of wedlock. This was one of the most common justifications of women for pursuing the fulfillment of broken betrothals in court, either to preserve or to redeem their honor through a legitimate marriage. But men likewise tried to advance their position by claiming that they had found the woman to be already, quote, unquote, corrupt, and therefore failing to live up to the moral demands of marriage. In this manner, they were also capitalizing on the social mores that considered such a woman a dishonorable spouse. Recogimiento was the badge of women's reputation. It was a complex virtue comprised mainly of discretion, purity, and modesty, which externally translated to retirement from the public eye and thereby the preservation of good repute. Spanish authors of the early modern period articulated the underpinnings of this ideal moral conception of the feminine nature. The central virtue was chastity and its companions, modesty and sobriety, the latter being a key quality for successfully running a household. And all of them derived from the virtue of temperance. Temperance of the body, quote, positively affects the soul in such a way that the passions are kept under control, thus facilitating good works and the acquisition of upright knowledge. Purity, while externally manifested through the body, has its roots in the soul. Industriousness and religious piety completed women's virtue for both the married and unmarried. The woman's realm being the home and family, she was equipped to be equipped morally to raise children and provide domestic stability. Her own honor, whether in marriage or in maidenhood, which was anchored on her moral qualities, her religiosity, modesty, and decorum, contributed in an unimportant way to her family's honor. The Recogimiento also referred to the institution that served both as shelter for women as well as for their education. The earliest mention of it that I have found so far is in Alcina's work, that is in the mid-17th century. In charge of this, like a school, was the maestra, a mature woman who gave religious instruction and educated the girls in good habits and recogimiento. That term was used. By the end of that century, the institutional meaning had established its presence in colonial society, often with a religious character. Sometimes the term recogimiento was used interchangeably with beaterio, religious community. especially when the Crown insisted on the secular status of these institutions, and coupled with that on the educational services that they should render as non-cloistered communities. The best-known beaterios, recogimientos were founded in and around the colonial capital under the patronage of male religious orders, like Santa Catalina, the Dominicans, of the Beaterio de la Compañía, under the sponsorship of the Jesuits, San Sebastian of the Recollects, and that of Pasig under the Augustinians. Given their specific function of providing education considered proper to women at that time and their semi-enclosure, these women's institutions became icons of recogimiento. Their residents, recogidas, gained moral authority in consonance with their reputation for piety and moral integrity. Their students, the educandas, were prepared for their future roles as wives, mothers, and teachers. They also served as a correctional institution for women who were deviant and needed to be reformed, or as shelters for women who had pending betrothal or matrimonial cases in court. I've also found indications of this reputation, of this good reputation, in documentation of proceedings in which the recogidas were asked to vouch for individuals' moral integrity or for the freedom from matrimonial impediment of former students, those recogimientos. With the implantation of monogamy as the only legitimate form of marriage, the colonial church still had to deal with the residual practices that went against it, such as extramarital affairs. With marriage as the only legitimate setting for sexual relations, the church tried to address the roots of the persistence of cohabitation among couples and other practices such as bride service, which contributed to the incidence of premarital relations, contrary to the premarital chastity corresponding to the holy character of marriage as a sacrament, and therefore of sexuality. The laws on impediments of consanguinity and affinity up to the second degree must have contributed to articulating kinship ties further and widening the demographic sphere for the choice of spouse. But what was radically new was the moral qualification of internal acts, such as thoughts and desires pertinent to the Ninth Commandment. At this level, the virtue of purity was required of both sexes in function of the sacrament, which gave special firmness to the contract or mutual commitment of the spouses. The Tridentine norms on marriage were thus effectively translated into standards of conduct with serious moral qualifications. Nonetheless, the importance of purity on the part of a woman was imbibed as a socio-cultural as well as religious value, encapsulated in the term recogimiento and developed institutionally, mostly in quasi-religious communities, and as shelters and educational centers for women. The complex of virtues that comprised recogimiento was anchored on temperance and piety and concentrated in purity of body and soul. Thus, women's virtue, with its strong connotation of the control of bodily passions, connected directly with the doctrine on marriage as the only legitimate and meaningful context for the expression and performance of sexuality. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Camacho. So we move on to our second presenter. May we now have Dr. Una Paredes.
Thank you very much, Faye. Good morning to everyone. I'm really honored to be part of this panel. I don't have a PowerPoint slide presentation. What I'm going to just be presenting is sort of a thought piece on how we think about the Christianization of the Philippines as in terms of how it's impacted the people that we think of as non-Christians. Okay, so let me begin, I guess. In a majority Catholic country like the Philippines, it can be difficult to appreciate the true impact of Catholicism beyond the obvious presence of Catholics. For the unchristianized indigenous minorities in its peripheral upland regions, the role of the Catholic thought world in shaping who they are today is masked substantially by their cultural distinctiveness. Missionary-dominated narratives in colonial historiography configure our understanding of the present, structuring our approach to anthropology and history in these peripheral spaces. The historical perspective is necessary to make sense of how Catholicism has not only shaped the diversity of modern Philippine cultures, but also how it has configured cultural and political spaces so completely that, as scholars, we at times reproduce this thought world uncritically through our own work. A focus on the so-called unchristianized Lumad ethnic minorities of Mindanao shows that their actual exposure to Christianity is significant, dating back to the early Spanish colonial period. It also reveals that their 21st century conversions to evangelical Christianity are regarded by at least some Lumads as a source of continuity rather than a rupture or break in terms of their ancestral traditions. It is therefore essential to look beyond the obvious when examining the legacy of 500 years of Christianity in the Philippines. In the Philippines, which is Asia's only Catholic majority nation, understanding the true impact of Catholicism presents a real challenge. Catholicism, specifically the thought world reproduced by its European missionaries from the 16th century onwards, has long provided continuity for the very idea of the Philippines itself. In fact, the Philippines as a cultural reality and physical space remains a projection of the political agendas of Iberian missionaries of the religious orders who were the prime movers of the Spanish colonial project called Filipinas. Given the overwhelming Roman Catholic character of Filipino history, culture, politics, and of course religious practice, how does one interrogate objectively and productively the role of Catholicism in society beyond analyzing its obvious Catholicity? Deconstructing its localization and appreciating its inherent multivocality are important. Significant challenges to the dominance of the Catholic Church are well documented in existing scholarship. Ethnographies of broadly defined Filipino Christianity encompassing Protestantism, evangelicalism, Iglesia ni Cristo, and local charismatic movements like El Shaddai likewise compel us to question the future hegemony of Catholicism. Yet these Christianities continue to mask a more significant type of diversity and otherness in Philippine society, one which evolved as part of the colonial project that brought Catholicism to the Philippines. Or more precisely, the Catholic project that brought colonialism to the Philippines. To this day, Filipinos live quite unconsciously with a social stratification that's so thoroughly racialized that neither religion nor anthropology itself have managed to dismantle the exclusions it engenders in both society and academic study. I refer not to the economic extremes that plague our country, but to the present-day ethnic differentiation between Catholics and non-Catholics that has become both racialized and upstream to the pre-colonial past. By this, I mean the Philippines' so-called non-Christian or non-Catholic minorities, specifically those indigenous peoples residing in former peri-colonial areas who, as far as both history and anthropology are concerned, have remained outside the fold of the nation's definitive colonial experience with Spanish Catholicism and normative Catholic identity. However, this requires both an awareness and an acknowledgement of the hegemonic Catholic gaze in Philippine studies. Defining the Catholic, much less studying it anthropologically and historically, is difficult precisely because of its ubiquity within the Philippine context. Over the centuries, Catholicism as both a belief system and a political and cultural reality has grown thoroughly confounded with the idea of the Philippines itself, just as the West is inseparable from historical and cultural Christianity. Philippine studies thus must battle its own unrecognized orthodoxies when confronted with the overly familiar in Christianity. In this sense, Catholicism is very much the context of the Philippines, against which everything is conceptualized and defined, including its purportedly pre-colonial, pre-Hispanic, non-Christian indigenous cultures. The existing body of work on Christianity in the Philippines is delimited in two ways. First, it deals almost exclusively with mainstream Filipino populations from majority ethnic groups. In the case of Protestantism, it primarily addresses more recent converts from Catholicism to evangelicalism. Among the lowlanders, the Protestants, evangelicals, and charismatics are acknowledged as adhering to alternative Christianities. In other words, they focus on populations who have always identified with some form of Christianity. Second, these studies tend to treat the Catholic or broader Christian context as self-evident and inevitable. Under the hegemony of Catholicism, the defining feature of the Philippines' indigenous minorities, the Cordillerans, the Lumads, the Moros, the Negritos, the Mangyans, is the fact that they are not Catholics. Some may note belatedly that these non-Christian minority populations are all found in peripheral areas relative to the centers of lowland Catholic Filipino culture. But their spatial exclusion is likewise attributed to their so-called resistance to Catholicism. From these characterizations, most Filipinos, including anthropologists and other scholars, infer an enduring cultural isolation which normalizes the current distinctiveness of minorities within a wholly Catholicized Filipino culture and renders it unsurprising. This is, in fact, so established a model of cultural differentiation that it is nearly impossible to imagine that the Lumads and other indigenous minorities could have evolved into such distinct communities even with sustained colonial contact over the centuries, which they had. Much of Philippine ethnography is marked by this form of presentism, promoting a thoroughly misleading sense of minorities vis-a-vis the Catholic context, which in turn limits how we anthropologize religion, among other topics, in such populations. Of course, a careful look at colonial history shows that what we recognize today as indigenous Lumad cultures were shaped profoundly by both Catholicism and colonialism. In my own work, I've shown that the Lumad ancestral past, despite appearances to the contrary, has been configured by early contact with Catholic missions and structured, however subtly, by 3 centuries of immersion in a thoroughly Catholic milieu that transformed their world completely. While a handful of historians and anthropologists of the northern Philippines have attempted similarly to historicize the indigenous Cordilleran experience, these processes are still understood as having separated indigenous minorities from direct Christian influence, rather than having explicitly restructured them into cultural and political conformity to the Christian thought world. A more cynical reading of nationalist historiography suggests that Filipinos might actually need their indigenous minorities to remain untouched by Christianity in order to prop up Filipino-ness as it's currently constructed. As Peter Brownline points out, approaches to the decolonization of knowledge in the Philippines have focused on the reconstruction of a presumed pre-Hispanic Philippine culture that is, quote, uncontaminated, unquote, by Christianity and colonialism, around which to build a so-called authentic Filipino identity. In more recent global ethnography, conversion to Protestant Christianity by ethnic minorities around the world is portrayed predominantly as a significant break or rupture with the past. This may be due to the imprint of Protestant conversion narratives, especially its evangelical varieties that stress the transformative nature of the salvation offered by Jesus Christ. There is a clear quid pro quo recognized in evangelical proselytizing. Letting go of one's sinful past, including the cultural baggage that holds you back, leads to freedom from eternal death and brings you an eternal life for your soul. In this vein, a rupture is necessary to access the transformative experience of conversion. Looking at the many Lumad communities converting to evangelicalism today and their so-called abandonment of what most Filipinos presume to be their pre-colonial supernatural beliefs, practices, and relationships for a particularly strict fundamentalist form of Christianity, this cosmic trade appears obvious. But in my fieldwork among Higaonon Lumad evangelicals, I have actually seen quite a few adults weep openly when remembering beloved but unsaved ancestors whose company they will have to miss in the afterlife because it was the price that they had to pay to save themselves. That such rhetoric signifies rupture seems entirely reasonable until we take into account the totality of their engagement with Christianity over the centuries. Instead, amongst Lumads, conversion to Protestantism may signify not rupture, but a conscious effort to maintain continuity with their ancestral past. For example, the theme of bodily salvation through the rapture, highlighted in evangelicalism, is entirely consistent with indigenous supernatural beliefs and narratives about key ancestors among the Higaonon and Manobo Lumads. In this case, evangelicalism represents not a rupture with ancestral traditions, but instead an iteration that supersedes the power of ancestral spirits, yet also resonates deeply with their own indigenous practices. Otherwise, in other words, they see it as a continuation of ancestral tradition, not a rupture with the past. At the same time, conversion to evangelicalism rather than the dominant Catholicism has also allowed Lumads to embrace a modern so-called civilized identity marker, enabling them to become Christian Filipinos while maintaining a meaningful social boundary against the Catholic majority who have, in living memory, discriminated against them racially and oppressed them systematically. Historical and present-day cultural antagonisms, aggravated by land grabbing by Catholic settlers, have played a major role in more recent conversions by Lumads to evangelical Protestant denominations of Christianity, in deliberate rejection of the overwhelming religious and political dominance of mainstream Filipinos. But the immediate impact of Protestantism only masks the more enduring and profound impact of Catholicism on Lumad peoples from long before these more recent conversions ever took place. Rather than evidence of a recent and highly localized, but nonetheless radical break or rupture with the past, conversion to Protestantism by ethnic minorities like the Higaonon Lumad is more appropriately situated within the grander context of the long-term Catholic ordering of the Philippines. But rupture is more comprehensible within the nationalist frame because despite the widespread rejection of Catholicism by indigenous minorities, the notion of rupture still allows Filipinos and Philippine scholars to imbue these purportedly non-Christian cultures with a veneer of pre-colonial authenticity. At the heart of the colonial experience that transformed the Philippines so profoundly was the foundation of Catholic missions by various religious orders among the native Indios from the very beginning of the colonial project. As in the Americas, these missionaries sought to create Spanish subjects out of native populations by drawing them within the influence of the Roman Catholic Church, bringing them under the bell into Christianized settlements or reducciones, where they would be exposed systematically to the approved brand of civilization. Now, most Indios experienced colonization primarily through missionary contact rather than through other non-religious agents of the colonial state. It may surprise you that the ancestors of today's Lumads also experienced extensive missionization and exposure to Christian missionaries, even though they did not come out the other end of the colonial process looking like lowland Filipinos. The role of Catholic missionaries in the construction of colonialism cannot be overstated. The fundamental cultural exchange between Iberian and Indio, first contact, conversion, and colonial subjugation, was enabled by the interventions of frailes or friars. Neither is it an exaggeration to say that most of what we know about the Philippines today has been mediated primarily through both the written and unwritten legacies of the Roman Catholic religious orders in missionizing Filipinas. The nucleic role of the frailes in the production of the Philippine colonial experience remains so strongly enunciated in narratives of both conquest and revolt that we continue to view the nation and its pastness through the lenses of these Iberian religious orders. This is true even for groups casting a distinctly non-Christian demographic profile such as the Lumads, who were created by colonial dispossession and differentiation, and the Muslim Moros who, despite successfully resisting colonial rule, were already using the toponym Philippine, an Arabized form of Filipinas, by the 19th century to refer to the places where they lived. Today, one cannot look at the map without seeing these islands instinctively as an archipelagic whole. As with any map projection method that creates distortion in the course of representing a particular area on a plane, exaggerating some relationships while minimizing others, the Catholic panoptic has distorted our map of the Philippines in significant, totalizing, and Catholicizing ways. The colonial period reordered Philippine space according to post-Reconquista Catholic reference, which has had profound consequences for how various indigenous identities were formulated and how they continue to evolve. Today, all indigenous uplanders of the Philippines are still identified as categorical non-Christians by scholars and non-scholars alike, with any hint of attendant Christianization explained as either very recent temporally or as a flimsy mimicry of lowland Filipino culture. Indigenous minorities in the uplands are located consistently in direct spatial, cultural, and cosmic opposition to Christian lowlanders. Regardless of the many critical nuances that complicate any upland-lowland distinctions we might make for the early colonial period, this facile topographical equation remains the hermeneutic for distinguishing the Christians from the non-Christians, and consequently the Filipinos from the not-so-Filipino. When we bring history to the table, we begin to recognize that Catholicism is at work here, not merely as a religion, but as a totalizing cultural and historical phenomenon that has reconfigured a disparate archipelago in the Pacific into a reality called the Philippines, and its people, Catholics and non-Catholics alike, into Filipinos. But like telling silences in a text, the Philippines' non-Catholic spaces and peoples also speak, in this case, to alternate strains of the same defining Catholicity. Within the context of a thoroughly Catholicized place like the Philippines, therefore, our understanding of Catholicism must be about more than just the study of actual Catholics, because we have all been impacted by Christianization, including our scholarship. The influence of Catholicism on historiography and ethnography itself has so magnified its impact on the construction of non-Catholic otherness that, in turn, the historical and anthropological study of the Philippines to date has tended to reproduce and reify these colonial constructs uncritically. The colonial antecedents for discourses of categorization in the present-day Philippines, we have Christians, Moros, and others, are interdependent discourses of minorityhood and majorityhood, both of which are important to recognize in order to appreciate the true extent of Catholic privilege at every level of our society. Catholic privilege is a controlling feature of Philippine society, not only in terms of inter-ethnic relations, but also intra-ethnic, in that amongst lowland Christian majorities, piety and intimacy vis-a-vis the Catholic Church present their own power. Some kind of involvement in church affairs, whether in catechism or fundraising and promotion for events, volunteer work, mass attendance and participation in mass, or having a son or daughter as an altar boy or girl, or better yet, a nun or a priest, is one important way of accumulating cultural and social capital that could potentially serve one well in myriad ways, and may even translate to economic and political advantages. In the same way that a person's monetary assets influence their economic standing or class status, their spiritual assets, essentially their public standing relative to the church, determines their social, cultural, and political place in broader Philippine society. That said, the active exclusion of non-Catholics from this spiritual economy, whether done consciously or unconsciously, ripples across the archipelago's periphery, widening the gap between Catholics and non-Catholic others whose cultural citizenship as Filipinos is subtly delegitimized. More than a century after the end of the Spanish colonial period, these fraile interventions from the past continue to both Catholicize the Philippine state and Catholicize Filipinoness, as well as to configure spaces such as Mindanao and the uplands into peripheries, both culturally and geographically. These negative spaces created by colonial era maps and by silences in the archives continue to inform how Filipinos and scholars of the Philippines imagine the past and engage its earliest ethnographies. Consequently, the ethnicized distinctions produced by the colonial process continue to be reproduced and reinforced by spatial realities that have become so naturalized as to mask their imperial etymology. In this manner, the religious thought world that was transported bodily across the Pacific by the frailes continues to project a distinctly Catholic ordering upon this small corner of Southeast Asia. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Paredes. So let's now listen to the presentation of Professor Jose.
Good morning to all. Thank you very much for inviting me to this session. Let me turn on my screen. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Just want to make sure. Okay, thank you. There, okay. So, the title of my paper is A Dragon Under the Cross, and I'll be talking about symbols on church bells. I've been working on church bells for my documentation of other church art as well. And through the years, I've noticed some designs which are interesting and bear some study. So my talk will be divided into an introduction to church bells in the Philippines, and what are these Islamic designs, I think are Islamic, on these bells. What could have been the sources of the influences? And can we identify those who cast the bells? So just to give a background, of course, we have these church bells all over the country, and they're in various types of towers. Wooden towers, espadañas, watchtowers, tall towers, really bajo las campanas. And there may be from 1 to as many as 10 bells, such as this in Oslo, in Cebu. And of course, the designs have varied through the centuries. My studies have shown that most of the church bells in the Philippines were cast here. A few were imported, but it seems that most of them were cast here. So this is the earliest bell that I have found. It's acknowledged as the oldest in the Philippines, dated 1595 in Camarines, in Cagayan. And this is a 17th century bell found in Lalo. So they have similar basic designs. But in the 18th century, they start to get more decorative and with floral designs. And for example, these three seem to be cast by the same bell caster, considering the tips of the cross. They are found in Manila, Pangasinan, and Cebu. And then towards the end of the 18th century and beginning of the 19th century, a kind of cross appears with a very curvaceous pedestal. And then later on, we find that this kind of cross was used on bells cast by Ambrosio Casas. He put his name also on the bell, such as this one in La Union and this one in Pasig. Casas one of the first known bell casters in the Philippines who put his name on the bells. Then also, this other kind of bell design with C scrolls can be found as early as the late 18th century. And then by the first half of the 19th century, we see a name appearing. So this is Benito. And later we find out this is Benito de los Reyes, who also cast many bells for the Philippines. And they are found all over. So he was active according to the bells that we have found from 1808 to 1841. And the design kind of mutated into other variations. And we see here a bell cast by Leocadio de los Reyes, who may have been a relative of Benito. He was active in his years, 1844 to 1846. And then a more florid but similar design cast by Macario de los Angeles, whom we know had a foundry in Quiapo. And this one by Saturnino Lincaco, who also, I think, worked in Quiapo. Apart from crosses, the bells also had symbols of the religious orders who commissioned them, for example, the Augustinians and the Augustinian Recollects, the Dominicans, the Jesuits, the Franciscans. Interestingly, there are also folksy interpretations of this kind of crosses. For example, this one of St. Francis and the arm of Christ on the cross is practically engulfed by clouds in this bell in Mahai Laguna. We don't have names for all of these bell casters. They come only mostly in the 19th century. Some of the bells also have images. Some of them are quite unique, such as this one of San Martin in Taal, and as late as Santo Niño, as 1898, the Santo Niño in Bugasong, Antique. For this one, we have a bell caster whose name is Puhades, and later on we will encounter Puhades in the study. But between 1854 and 1895, I find a set of crosses with this rather is what I think are seem to be to me Islamic designs of precisely the Naga and some Pakurabong motifs which you find in southern Mindanao and in Sulu. This is from Manaoag, and then the last one is from Iloilo in 1895. But there are about these are just the bells that I have been able to document. I know I may have missed a lot. So what are these Islamic designs? I put them in quotation marks. So you have here, if you take apart the design, this what could be Naga motif, the star, and similar to the Pakurabong or the fern motif here. This is the Naga, which is also interpreted as a dragon, and this is the Pakurabong or the budding fern motif. And you find these motifs also in other carved designs in Mindanao and Sulu art. These are the grave markers in Tawi-Tawi, for example. Very, very nice. And also in the brass work, you find that Naga motif here. Okay, here. Even on textiles, that kind of as design. And on the roof supports or the panolong of the Torogan in among the Maranao. For example, here you have the Naga and the Pakurabong. All of them are considered okir, the art of okir, the carving of such motifs. I'm just showing this to you to familiarize you with these designs. And these designs also reached 19th century Manila in silver work, such as this one. So I've tried to classify those crosses with these Islamic designs into the Naga-footed cross. These are the greatest number that I've seen, dating from 1854 to 1895. And as you can see, they are found all over the country, from the north to the south, in various versions. Then there's the first version of the okir-footed cross. And we find one in Hasaan. And finally, in 1880, we have a maker. We know that this bell was cast by Santos Upangco, who put his address on the bell, number 6, Cambas Street in San Nicolas, Manila. And the last bell that we know that he had this design, it dates from 1881 and is found in Lingayen. Interestingly, this design was copied by another bell caster, the more famous one, Hilario Sunico. And we find it in his bells from 1889 to 1890. However, in the same church where you find this okir-footed cross, and the same year we find another bell from Sunico with an entirely different design. So that leads me to suspect that the bell casters were trading designs among their foundries. And this okir-footed cross later appears in another bell cast by Puhades in San Agustin, 1896. And it's the same form, but a different kind of, slightly different kind of technique. These are the bullet holes, shrapnel that hit the bell when San Agustin was hit by cannon in the Second World War. And there's another simpler kind of what I call the okir-footed cross. um, found in places like Cagayan, Ilocos, and Cebu. They're simpler, but you can still see the sinuous motifs that you find in the Naga. So let's compare the Naga motif here. And the Paparabong. Now, so what could be how could the designs have migrated to the bells? And the timing of the manufacture of the bells is kind of the same with the Moro Wars in Mindanao, undertaken by the Spaniards. They had a lot of expeditions, and these are the years of lantacas that are now in the Museo del Ejército in Spain. So this could be taken as the years when these lantacas came to Manila, were brought from Manila, brought to Manila after the Moro expeditions. So they came from Balangin, the first major assault, then Holo, and for a while I could not read this, but it's actually Marawi in the late 19th century. So they have 25 pieces here. And this is the way that the lantacas were featured previously in the Museo del Ejército when it was in Madrid. And the first time that I entered this museum, I felt and I recognized that these lantacas were from the Philippines and that they had the dates and the provenances where they were taken. I felt like kneeling down and, really, I felt almost like crying when I saw this canon displayed here. And what more with the indications of the dates when they were taken and from the places where they were taken from. And so you see here some of the designs could have been served as inspiration for the Naga and Oke motif on the bells. I'm just guessing. Just to give an idea, no? Here, the lantaka from the various years of the expeditions against the Moros. At this time, when I took them, 1992, I was so overwhelmed. I did not take detailed designs. I should have taken more detailed designs of the artwork on the lantakas. And the collections also have different kinds of lantakas. No, some were double-barreled. And here also, there apart from the lantakas and canon, there are also storehouses of weapons and armor from many places of the Philippines. And some of the designs here could have been used also on the bells for some reason. Here is the Museo Naval collection, part of it. So I'm sure you'll also be asking with me, how did the designs migrate to the church bells? And considering the years of the Moro expeditions, and we know that the many prisoners were taken from Mindanao and Sulu and brought to Manila, especially Fort Santiago, and some even eventually were exiled to Isabela province in the north. I still don't know if among the captives, but it's very possible that they may have included metal workers, and the metal workers could have been put to work in the foundries. And if indeed so, would they have placed the so-called Islamic motifs on the bells for religious or nostalgic or just aesthetic purposes? This is an open question. Or if they were not the captives, if they're the designers on the bells, saw the canon and this other booty taken from Mindanao, could they have been inspired by these designs and could they have applied them also on the church bells, more for aesthetic purposes? This is an exceptional technique unique to a church bell that I found, because the design is etched on the base. No? Usually, most of the others are formed from molten lines of copper and tin. This one is etched out, similar to the etching out of the scabbards in Tausug swords. So I don't know if this is the closest I can get to maybe a Tausug worker on a bell, because this is the only one I have found of this technique. In other examples of canon or lantakas that are taken from Mindanao and Sulu, there are designs that were not reproduced, like the songket or the bamboo shoot designs. I have not found this on church bells. In other words, whoever was working on the church bells was selecting the designs. And let's try now to see if the bells themselves have the names of the bell casters. So there is one, this bell with what I call the Naga-footed cross, dated 1855, has the initials BH. I don't know who BH is. This is the only bell with the BH name. Other bells were cast by the name, he put his name F. Puhades. So we have F. Puhades here on some of his bells from 1883 to 1895. And we know that he had his foundry, number 9, Kamba, San Nicolas. As we have seen the Supangco, there's another one, Supangco's foundry was next door in Kamba number 6. So there's very little information we have about F. Puhades. I don't even know his first name, but he was active from 1876 to 1898. And we have found documents really about Jaime Puhades, who was listed in the Guías de Foresteros, these are the yearbooks for Manila, from 1849 to 1859, as he was listed as an infantryman. And then from 1862 to 1865, he worked as a scribe in the civil government. Then we have another Puhades, Jaime Puhades, who married Antonia Carmen Basilio in 1861. We know this from the marriage records in the Archdiocese of Manila. And there's also another Jose Puhades, who was listed in the Guías de Foresteros from 1851 to 1859, who was also an infantryman. Could our F. Puhades have been related to this infantryman? And if so, he may have had connections to Fort Santiago, and he may have gotten some metal workers who were the prisoners, captives from Mindanao and Sulu to work on his bells. That is one scenario I'd like to imagine. But so far, I have no other leads to work on. As we mentioned earlier, so Santo Supangco also featured these what they call the ochre-footed cross, and he was active from 1877 to 1887. But his ochre-footed cross appears only in the bells data from 1880 to 1881. Here we have the ochre-footed cross without the name of the bell caster. So they may have been part of the Supangco foundry, or Supangco may have acquired the design for his foundry in these years. And that same ochre-footed cross was taken over by Hilario Sunico, as we have seen. But Sunico also, who was the greatest, the most enterprising bell caster in Manila, also acquired various designs. So we see here 2 designs that he was using for the same church in the same year. And this ochre-footed cross, as we have seen, would also be used by Puhades in one of his last bells cast in 1896. So apparently these designs were crossing from one founder to another. Therefore, I'm just passing on my work in progress. My problem has not yet been solved. And to do this, to get more information, we need more research on bells with ochre or naga motifs, information on the prisoners taken from Mindanao and Sulu and possibly made to work in the Manila foundries, and backgrounds of the Bell founders in Manila, specifically Binondo and San Nicolas. They were very active in the second part of the 19th century, and also more in-depth analysis of ochre and naga motifs, especially on artifacts in Spanish collections. So this is my last slide. Thank you very much. I hope to generate some discussion on these motifs.
Thank you very much, Professor Jose. So we move to the last presenter. We have Dr. Dumol.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this session. The title of my paper is The Unacknowledged Legacy of the Missionaries. Of course, I had in mind their acknowledged legacy, which is Christianity. And this is usually understood to have been achieved in record numbers by the first quarter of the 17th century, a date which has been revised by Schumacher in his last book, Decline and Growth. He pushes the golden age of Christianity to the second half of the 17th century. So the unacknowledged legacy that I have in mind is the townships or pueblos that the missionaries founded all over the Luzon, the Visayan Islands, and northern Mindanao. Some 820 of them survive to the present day, which is not a small number. And they are often the centers of government, education, and culture wherever they are located. The towns founded by the missionaries were what Aristotelians would call the material cause of the Philippines, the raw material from which the nation, as opposed to the state, began to emerge and continues to emerge in all those parts of the archipelago where the missionaries were active. The foundation of pueblos was a momentous event in Philippine history everywhere this occurred. To appreciate this, one must appreciate the difference between barangays and pueblos. Legazpi found only barangays in Luzon, the Visayas, and northern Mindanao in his first 5 years in the Philippines. Small villages, usually with a population of 500. He reported only 4 barangays with around 2,000 inhabitants. The barangays were all independent from one another, even when they spoke the same language. They were kinship units in modern sociologies, which meant that all or almost all the inhabitants of the barangay were related to one another. Curiously, each barangay maintained its independence from all the rest. The difference between pueblo and barangay was that whereas the barangay was inhabited by one family, the pueblo was composed of various families, precisely the families corresponding to each of its barangays. More than a millennium and a half before the Spaniards' arrival in the Visayas, Alexander the Great's tutor pointed out how the family differed essentially from the civic community as a social organization. Well, we all know this. The pueblos as communities composed of barangays were the first communities to be composed of various families wherever they were located. The barangays embodied a centrifugal organization of people, a type of organization tending away from centralization. The pueblos, a centripetal organization of people, a type of organization tending towards centralization. Filipino nationalists at the end of the 19th century saw the Filipino nation as composed of pueblos. The pueblo, in short, represented the beginning of a new understanding and vision of society. Permit me to be extravagant and say it was the seed of the nation we see emerging today. Everywhere pueblos were founded, this seed was sown. For the purposes of this conference, however, the point I wish to make is that the emergence of the Philippines as a people is historically linked with the foundation of pueblos. The foundation of pueblos, on the other hand, occurred conjointly with preaching the gospel. And here, let me share screen. Okay, let me skip this first half, which I don't think we need. All right, second part of this talk, the Synod of Manila, 1582, on the foundation of pueblos. When the first Bishop of Manila arrived in the Philippines in 1581, he could not land in Manila because of a typhoon, and so ended up disembarking in Bicol. He traveled overland to Manila, and on his way there was delayed again and again on his trip by recent converts denouncing abuses from soldiers, encomenderos, and justice officials. Upon arrival in Manila in September 1581, he decided to assemble missionaries with their superiors to gather data and propose solutions to the intolerable situation in the colony. Well, at that time, there were really only two orders that were active evangelizing. These were the Augustinians and the Franciscans. The Jesuits the first Jesuits came with Domingo de Salazar, the first Bishop of Manila, and so did the first Dominicans. A fire in 1583 destroyed most of the papers of the Synod. But among the few that survived was the draft of a confessor's manual, which, among other things, identifies the obligations of different persons in the colony. One of the obligations of the encomendero is to gather in pueblos the Indios isolated in the mountains and grasslands. There are 5 reasons given. The first being that it is what the king commands. The second is, let me see. Okay. The second is because if they do not bring them together, they will always be savages, and we will not be able to befriend them, neither will they trade with one another or with Spaniards. Now, this second reason for establishing pueblos is surprising, as we may have been expecting the preaching of the gospel to follow the command of the king, but it does not. Instead, what we have is concern for friendship and trade not only with Spaniards, but also with other Indios. The third reason is that in this way, their needs and sicknesses will be remedied, and they would practice what is of natural law, tending to one another, helping one another, giving alms to one another, all of which they do not practice, being coarse and living without the protection and instruction of the minister. This is a loaded reason. I refer, of course, to the remark, all of which they do not practice, and what it refers to. Lending to one another, helping one another, giving alms to one another. I do not see any reason not to accept the remark at face value. And it is mainly the lack of time that prevents me from exploring the reasons for accepting it at face value. All I would say is that it would help to recall that the old native society was an alipin society, with which these practices of natural law would be at war. The fourth reason. Because if not, they cannot have a commonwealth or government or peace and order, nor can some of them be picked for governance, nor can the good be rewarded or the evil punished, nor can order be established in their lives. Comment. This is an amazing goal. It is nothing less than what we recognize today to be civil society. Once again, there are unpleasant implications about what the missionaries discovered in native society. I would suggest, however, that perhaps the time has come to be brave and look the ancient native society in the eyes. Not all was good, not all was bad in the barangay. And blindness to what was deficient can prevent us from seeing the deep roots of certain ills we suffer from today. We'll see examples of that later. With the fifth reason, we finally come upon the reason we have been anticipating, because if not, they cannot be instructed. Instruction refers to instruction in the faith, which is recognized as the principal reason, but it's nevertheless the fifth in the list. What is the Manila Synod of 1582 telling us? That instruction in the faith could not begin in earnest without instruction as well in socialization, solidarity, and, forgive the anachronistic sound of the term, civic education. When we refer to the unacknowledged legacy of the missionaries, the reference is to these three. Did the missionaries live up to their intentions? This is a question that cannot be answered in a general fashion. Surely it is obvious that the answer would differ from region to region, province to province, pueblo to pueblo, and ultimately from missionary to missionary. But it is important to recall that these intentions were formulated by people from the field, and that they were speaking not only from personal experience. Evangelization received the go signal from Philip II 12 years earlier, not from 1565, but also on the basis of the evangelization of the Caribbean since almost 90 years earlier and the Americas since 60 years earlier. These intentions, in short, were not unique to the Philippines, but were part of SOP, wherever Christianization was taking root. In the Philippines, Christianization was not over by the 17th century. The golden age of evangelization in the Visayas was precisely in the 19th. A century and a half after the Manila Synod, in the first quarter of the 18th century, the Augustinians took up the question of why evangelization in the island of Panay was at a standstill or even in reverse in the previous century, the 17th, during which there had been no new or just a few pueblos founded in Panay. They agreed on two things. One, that the missionaries should focus their work on the pueblos and stop attending to visitas. And two, that missionaries were no longer going to be reassigned to new pueblos every 3 years as they used to be, but would remain in the parishes they were taking care of until they died or had become totally incompetent. Within the next 100 years, the pueblos in Panay, specifically in Iloilo, Capiz, and Aklan, Antique having passed on to the Recollects, multiplied and blossomed as Christian and civic communities, underscoring the intimate connection between evangelization and pueblo life. The missionaries, in short, played a crucial role in the transition from barangay culture to pueblo culture. Part 3. In 1599, a plebiscite was held in the Philippines asking pueblos whether they wanted to continue as vassals to the Spanish king. The plebiscite was ordered by Philip II upon the instance of Fray Miguel de Benavides, who had accompanied Bishop Domingo de Salazar to Madrid to argue that the Philippine pueblos had been, in quotation marks, conquered. That is, forced to be vassals of the Spanish king, and therefore that the collection of tribute from among them was unjust. Conquest, or the violent subjugation of natives, was forbidden by then by Spanish law. The king and his council rejected Salazar's claims. Shortly after, Salazar died in Madrid, a pauper. The king, apparently moved by the memorials of Benavides upon Salazar's death, decreed what Fidel Villarroel has called the Philippine Referendum of 1599. The referendum was held in different provinces, and the results per province were recorded in notarized minutes or actas. Two of them survive, one for Pangasinan, another for Laguna. Aside from them, there are two clear references to the referendum in Dominican and Augustinian histories of missions. Presumably, the referendum was held in other pueblos in Luzon, but the referendum may never have been held in the Visayas. At least that is my impression. We hear the voices of Filipinos from the 16th century in the surviving actas, while the references are precious windows into the development of the pueblo after the Synod of Manila. In the Acta of Pangasinan, the pueblos of Magaldan, San Jacinto, Santa Fe, Santo Domingo, and Calahuacan accepted Philip II as their lord, adding that if, upon entering in these lands, the Spaniards had explained to the people by word of mouth and any actions in a manner understandable to them the good that derived from being vassals of the king, they would have given obedience as voluntarily and as freely as they do now. Of interest is the mention that the Pangasinenses make of the offenses that some alcaldes mayores and encomenderos and tax collectors and other Spaniards had committed against them. You find this in the Acta, no? Both by collecting more than what was established by His Majesty or the governor of these islands to be paid as tribute, or by whatever kinds of injury inflicted on them. The Pangasinenses explicitly said that they were not pardoning any of such things. Rather, they wanted to be repaid in full. They understood that by this act, aside from caring for themselves and their children and properties, they were rendering a service to His Majesty our Lord, whose intention has never been, nor is, that they should suffer any injury. Rather, His royal will has always been and is that fair treatment be given to them and to all, and that those who offend them would be punished. Therefore, they want and say that if any of said offenders owe them something, they make restitution. And this is what they want. This long quotation could have been lifted from the documents of the Synod of Manila, which is the only explanation of what, in pre-Spanish times, might have been taken as a monstrous impertinence before local rulers. we have here a clear understanding of justicia, non-negotiable justice, as opposed to katwiran, negotiable justice. And we know that in the 20th century, Lope Santos, who could not tolerate Hispanized Tagalog words, decided to replace justicia with a word taken from the Cebuanos, katarungan. Of note as well is a distinction made between the alcaldes mayores and encomenderos on the one hand and the king on the other. No sweeping generalization here of the Spaniards. This is key to understanding the steadfastness of Filipinos as vassals in spite of occasional abuses from Spaniards. In the Acta of Laguna, the pueblos of Bai, Tablero, Pilala Grande, Nagcarlang, Mayhay, Siniloan, Giling-Giling, Pangil, Pakil, Santa Cruz, San Pablo, Pelilla, Moral, and Lumban indicated their willingness to continue as vassals of the king, but proposed the postponement of actual voting until other people were apprised of the referendum, given the weight of the question at hand. Of note is the description of the vassal's life under the king, which forms part of the Acta. Under his temporal laws, they have lived and are living in great security of life and property, comfort and peace, and with more liberty than they ever thought to have, since they are free at present from all the tyrannies to which they were subject in the time when they were infidels. These tyrannies are probably what either the Alferez, Gregorio de Leon, representative of the Alcalde Mayor, or Fray Antonio de Nombela, definitor of the Franciscans in the Philippines, wanted to remind the new converts of before the referendum in order to persuade them to vote to continue as vassals. So first, the blindness and tyranny in which they were as subjects of the devil, and second, the tyranny with which their kings and lords were possessing themselves of their wives and goods. I will go back to that second reason in a short while. With regard to the two references to the referendum in history books of the time, both report meetings between the missionaries and townspeople in different pueblos in northern Luzon. When the voluntary offer of their allegiance was asked from them on the part of His Majesty King Felipe II, one of the leading chiefs of the province, Don Diego Siriban, responded for himself and for his subjects that he gave his allegiance to the King, our Lord, with a very good will, because of the great blessing which he had given them by sending religious to them. He went on to say, if we had known earlier the good that was coming to us with them, we would have gone to their countries to seek for it, even if we had been sure that half of us were certain to perish in the quest. The same thing was said by the whole town. By way of background, Diego de Aduarte, Villarroel's source for the first anecdote, tells the story of Siriban, how he was disaffected by the Alcalde Mayor's treatment of his family and fled to the mountains and was reconciled and convinced to return to the pueblo by the intervention of Fray Diego de Soria. The second reference comes from the Augustinian historian Juan de Medina, the Bishop of Nueva Segovia. Okay, that's the diocese. No? But I think that this refers to the Ilocos. I put it there with a question mark. Then Fray Diego de Soria collected those Indians together by order of His Majesty and told them of the advantages of the Spanish monarchy and how beneficial it would be for them to have Don Felipe, the king of the Spaniards, as their king, who would protect them peacefully and with justice. Thereupon a rough Indian arose and said, "We answer that we wish the king of Spain to be our king and sovereign, for he has sent Castilians to us, who are freeing us from the tyranny and domination of our chiefs, as well as fathers who aid us against the same Castilians and protect us from them." These two references are striking because of the way they echo the Pangasinenses and the Tagalogs. Now, the Philippine referendum of 1599 is not mentioned in textbooks, but there can be no doubting its significance. In these responses to the referendum, we find the roots of that fascination with a world of lords and vassals, which would strike anyone as odd finding it in the Philippines, that would blossom 2 centuries later in the Ibong Adarna and Florante at Laura, and inspire movies in the 20th century, decades after the departure of the Spaniards. Of course, there were Filipino converts who did not like living in the pueblo or paying tribute to Spain. After a time, some retreated to the hinterlands and came to be called remontados, the people who returned to the mountains. And this connects with the second presentation this morning. This did not necessarily mean that they abandoned the Catholic faith, and they probably remained in touch with the people of the pueblo, trading with them as the family of Tataselo did in the Noli. You may find groups of them in the mountains of Rizal, still known as remontados. It is clear, though, that if everyone had fled to the mountains, we would not have the Philippines here today as we know it. For the simple reason that a return to the barangay meant turning one's back on living in a civic community, and it was from living in civic communities that the nation emerged. The Christian communities of Luzon, the Visayas, and northern Mindanao were not subjugated peoples, at least not for almost 2.5 centuries. They made a choice at the end of the 16th century, totally consistent with their new condition as recent converts, to enter into a covenant with the Spanish king. 200 years later, in a manifesto entitled Ang Dapat Mabatid ng Mga Tagalog, Bonifacio accused the Spaniards of betraying the covenant between natives and the king. A few months later, he initiated revolution. Did a betrayal, in fact, occur? It did, with the ascent of the Bourbons to the Spanish throne and the initiation of a new version of colonization. Okay, I want to go back to some of 2 details that we saw in the actas earlier. The missionary and the representative of the king who explained the referendum to the Tagalogs of Laguna de Bai mentioned how the Datu could take to himself his subjects' wives. What did they mean? Wife is asawa in Tagalog. Inaasawa is someone treated like one's wife, even if she is not. That treatment is sexual, not domestic, and decidedly preferential. We know for a fact that to have a wife in the pre-Christian Tagalog society did not mean that the husband stopped engaging in sexual relations with other women. Perhaps the problem today is with the concepts of husband and wife, which bring with them connotations of exclusivity. However, marriage did mean the bride received a dowry the bride received a dowry called bigay kaya from the groom. It also meant that only the children of the wife stood to inherit property, which probably meant the bride swore to have relations only with her husband. So was marriage, or what the Spanish observers thought was marriage, merely an agreement between two families that marked inheritance as exclusively for the children of the man and his bride? It isn't clear. And that nebulousness arises from the marriage and sexual customs of pre-Christian barangays. The Boxer Codex, Plasencia, Chirino, and Morga, these are all primary sources, on marriage and sexual customs among pre-Christian natives, disclose a world that seems the furthest possible from the pueblos of Rizal's novels. That distance came not from the centuries separating them, but from the new religion of the people. The strongest impact on the new converts' personal lives must have come from the concept and laws of Christian marriage. I'm connecting with the first talk. Christianity placed sexual relations squarely within marriage. Before that, unmarried teenagers could engage in them. Before the missionaries came, sexual relations were already forbidden between parent and child, grandparent and grandchild, and siblings. But siblings were defined as children who had the same father and mother, meaning half-siblings could marry. In other words, incest had a different meaning for pre-Christian natives. The sources say virginity was not prized in marriage. On the contrary, there were men who specialized in deflowering the future bride. Abortion was practiced, and there were older women who specialized in carrying them out. Adultery could be resolved with a small gift with no hard feelings. Divorce was resolved with the return of the bigay kaya. Okay. All of this was turned on its head by Christianity. The Tagalog word for family, mag-anak, meant the progeny of an individual man, not only by his wife, but also by other women. Pamilya, on the other hand, covered not only father and children, but also the mother. The wife was given equal importance as the husband. Three values in particular were introduced by Christianity: the dignity of women, the sacredness of sex, and love at the heart of marriage. Relations were defined: uncles and aunts, grandparents, cousins and cousins of cousins, in-laws and even relatives of in-laws, probably to be clear about which sexual relations were forbidden or not. Legitimate children were distinguished from illegitimate, mga anak sa labas. The family, ang pamilya, was understood as we continue to understand it to the present day. There are philosophers today who define society not as an assembly of individuals, the usual definition in the West, but rather as a community of families. They identify the family as the cell of society. If they are right, then the pueblo at the beginning of the 17th century, with its new understanding of marriage and the family, was the platform from which the future Philippine society would arise. Okay. Backtracking. I see that I have only 4 minutes left. Dr. Santa Maria Abalos, please
Yes,
just
sir.
interrupt when you want me to stop. Yeah.
Sir, we still have time from the others a while ago. If you
Okay.
may continue. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. There are backtracking. The Indio Gobernador. The actas from Pangasinan and Laguna identified some of the Filipinos present in the referendum as gobernador. We know them today as gobernadorcillos. But in the 17th century, they were referred to as the Indio Gobernador. Indio being added obviously to distinguish them from the Spanish governor. The parallelism, however, implies something regarding the nature of their position. They were rulers in the same way that the Gobernador General was a ruler. Antonio de Morga's Sucesos de las Islas Filipinas, a history of the Philippines published in 1609, describes the office of the Indio Gobernador. This governor, aside from the bilangos and clerk, so at that time bilango did not mean prisoner, before whom he makes his decisions in writing in the language of the natives of that province, also has the leading men of the barangays, meaning the Maginoo, under his supervision and command for anything that may arise, tribute collection and distribution of personal services. The gobernador owed his existence to the Synod of Manila. The Synod documents contain expressions of the missionaries' deep disappointment in the Spanish justices appointed by Manila to hear cases among the natives. The problem was the justices' ignorance of the vernacular and of customs, resulting in many unfair decisions. The obvious solution was the appointment of natives as justices. By the time of the Philippine referendum, there were native justices who were also elected gobernadores. The gobernador of the pueblo was its ruler, combining judicial and executive functions like all other rulers of those times. He was not a lackey or tuta of the government in Manila. The American scholar of Bicol and Samar, Bruce Cruikshank, Cruikshank, I spell his name so that you can Google it, after studying 3 centuries of Franciscans in the Philippines, concluded that the gobernadorcillo was not a lackey either of the parish priest. In fact, Rizal, in a letter to Blumentritt, dated 1889, describes pueblos as autonomos, meaning self-ruling, losing their autonomy only in 1810 when the Philippines became a province of Spain. Okay, we're getting closer to Bonifacius kung ang dapat mabatid ng mga Tagalog, but that's outside our topic. This development recalls the debates in the early days of the Manila Synod on whether the recent converts should be allowed to rule themselves. Yes, that was a topic brought up by the Augustinians. The Synod Fathers were divided on the issue, with the naysayers winning the day. Clearly, this was no longer the case by the time of the referendum. When did the pueblo start electing their own gobernador? I have not seen any references to the date or to the royal decree establishing it, although somewhere someone claims that it was in 1594. The establishment of the position of gobernador was every bit as momentous as the foundation of pueblos and the Philippine referendum, but again, our textbooks are silent on it. I do not refer to the fact that native communities have native rulers, but rather that the native ruler of the pueblo ruled over people who did not belong to his family. You may poo-poo this and say that the sultanates of Muslim Mindanao had been doing this for centuries. But you should ask whether the subjects of the Sultan elected their ruler. In fact, you should ask whether the barangays over which the Sultan ruled were ever on the same status as the barangay from which the Sultan came. What was happening in Luzon, the Visayas, and northern Mindanao was something utterly different. We often think of the Americans as introducing us to elections. That is not true. Here is Morga on the election of the gobernador. Each pueblo has an elected governor who hears their civil lawsuits involving moderate amounts. Appeals are made to the corregidor, or alcalde mayor of the province. The election of these governors occurs every year by vote of all married natives in that pueblo. Male natives in that pueblo. And the governor of Manila confirms it and grants the title of governor to the winner of the election. The one-year term of the gobernador and his election looks like the solution to a problem that the missionaries faced when they grouped barangays around the church, bajo la campana, thus establishing a pueblo. Who would rule a community composed of barangays, each of which retained its ruler? To the recent converts of the 16th century, however, it was not so much a datu from one barangay that was elected as a family. So that in theory, over time, you could have families alternating as rulers over the rest. This sounds like a familiar pattern. The electorate in the pueblo would change by the end of the 17th century in the provinces of Tondo, Bulacan, Laguna, and Pampanga because of pleitos, desasosiegos, y negociaciones. And you have the translation there in front of you. It would be reduced to at least 12 cabezas de barangay, aside from the outgoing gobernador. One can only imagine what the elections had become by the end of the 17th century to warrant such a change. The other provinces would follow suit over the next century or more, and the electorate would finally be fixed at 12 cabezas de barangay plus the outgoing gobernador by Rizal's day. Need I call your attention to the pleitos, desasosiegos, and negociaciones as another familiar pattern? Morga has two remarks about the pueblo at the beginning of the 17th century that are important to imagine how the pueblo looked to its Christian residents. In the pueblos of Indios, Spaniards are not allowed unless it be for the collection of tributes at the appropriate time. And these, the alcaldes mayores, corregidores, and justices, are not allowed to be always in the same place in their district, but rather are made to visit it as often as they can. And every 4 months, they move house and office to a provincial capital and large town where all the natives can benefit from their attention, and it will be less burdensome to some for their support and ordinary service. This first remark is something most Filipinos today are ignorant of. This law, bawal ang Kastila sa mga pueblo, which certainly did not exist during the Synod of Manila, was almost certainly inspired by it, specifically by its dispiriting catalog of abuses coming from encomenderos, soldiers, and justices. This law would be enforced till the last third of the 18th century. But even with the abrogation of the law, Spaniards for the most part preferred to live in Manila. In other words, Filipinos did not ordinarily see Spaniards in their pueblos except for the missionary. In the Noli, they don't show up until the fiesta. And there are just a few of them. This raises the question of how Spanish culture came to influence native culture. It cannot have been imposed. Rather, whatever Spanish influence manifested itself, and it varied from region to region, this was something sifted through native taste. Any influence in food or music perdured because we liked that influence, and not only liked it, but also adapted it to our taste. The new culture taking shape in the pueblo was the fruit of interaction between the native converts and the missionaries. The so-called Mayubok document, with a K, which may be found in the Archivo Franciscano Ibero-Oriental in Madrid, contains signatures in the ancient Tagalog script. It dates to 1681, by which time the missionaries had lived among the Tagalogs for more than 100 years. In other words, we took our time adopting and adapting Spanish influence until the influences became part of us. Second excerpt. The customs that these natives observed before their conversion, these very same customs, insofar as they are not contrary to natural law, they follow after their conversion, especially with regard to slavery, succession, inheritance, adoption, wills, and licit contracts. And in lawsuits, they always cite and prove by custom, and they are judged on the basis of it by royal decrees. And in other suits for which there is no custom, by royal decrees. And in criminal cases, it is judged by law, as among Spaniards. The second note from Morga reminds us that while there were doubtless much that was new in the lives of the new converts, there was also much that was old. All the ancient customs remained standing, except those that went against natural law. And these were, Schumacher tells us, 4: polygamy, usury, slavery, and drunkenness, which did not, of course, entirely disappear. The point I wish to make is that the Christian convert at the end of the 16th century, in the beginning of the 17th, would have looked upon the pueblo as both familiar and strange. He lived in the same barangay, but now he had to walk every 7 days to attend Mass in another barangay where a church had been built of bamboo, wood, and a thatched roof. The church bell alerted him to the approaching time for Mass, which is what Bawal Kampanan meant. His old datu still ruled, but now our Christian convert took part in elections to choose from among all the datus, including his own, of the pueblo, a governor who ruled, so to speak, over the entire pueblo. He looked around him and saw his old neighbors, including those who had not yet converted to Christianity and continued to live in their old homes. And this appears in the actas, that there were people in the referendum who were pagans. Their daily routine remained more or less the same, but now they used carabaos and plows to till their fields. There were as well new plants and vegetables. They could now produce more than his family consumed, and he would make a weekly trip to the barangay with a church, which they were starting to call poblacion, in order to sell their produce in a weekly market. One family, one house, That was the rule. One man, one wife, and only their children under their one roof. Now there were names for everyone in the family and in the parents' families. Tito, tita, lolo, lola. All Spanish inspired to remind us they're new. And there were names for relations that did not have names before. Bayao, Hipag, Bilas, Manugang, Bienan. That's my theory, that these are new. To impress on everyone, in my opinion, the parameters of incest, while inviting everyone, particularly the children, to get to know their family. Why was incest a problem? Because in the barangay, everyone was related to one another. Now there were strict rules on lending with interest. Slavery was forbidden, but families could have servants. So the old names disappeared, such as Aliping Sagigilid, Aliping Namamay, but new names were now used. Utusan, Katulong, Bataan, Alila. The point was that tyranny and abuse were forbidden. The old drinking parties, tyranny and abuse of the amos, the old drinking parties that would go on for days were gone. But drinking itself was not forbidden. Getting drunk was. Cockfighting was now reserved for days of celebration called fiestas. What was decidedly new was mixing with people from other barangays. I'm sorry, there is a... Yeah. You met them in the classes that prepared you for baptism. You met them at Mass, these new people, new neighbors. Your children knew their children because they were classmates in the catechism classes. There was no avoiding getting to know them. And if your son wanted to marry a girl from another barangay, someone entirely unrelated to you, then you had to meet the family to whom a bigay was due. You would meet again at the baptism of every child, his confirmation, and also his first communion. The children's godparents became part of your family, just as you became part of the family of your godchildren. And then at funerals, you would all meet again. All this was new and took place in the premises of the church. The church and its bell tower became the symbol of the pueblo in which they were located. So too the patron saint of the pueblo. The celebration of the patron saint's feast united the whole pueblo, and homes in the poblacion opened their doors to guests from other pueblos with tables laid out with food. Over time, other occasions for meeting and collaborating would arise. Work was obviously the chance par excellence, closely followed by trade. There were also the military emergencies, rebellions and invasions, but it was above all the peace between barangays and the pueblos that they composed that favored growth in civic mindedness and friendship. The fiercest critic of the pueblos as civic communities was Jose Rizal. Read the last chapter of the Filibusterismo, written more than 3 centuries after the Manila Synod, and you will be under the impression that Filipinos were starting from scratch as civic communities. Padre Florentino says in so many words that there were no civic virtues to be found in them. But the fictional pueblos of San Diego and Tiani are very far from the real villages described in the chronicles of Chirino and the Boxer Codex. What Rizal's criticisms underscore is how difficult it is to bring about culture change. We are seeing that. It does not happen overnight, or in a matter of a few years. But it would not happen at all if someone did not start it. And that is the significance of the foundation of pueblos. It started a change in culture unimaginable for the missionaries of the 16th century. And with that, I end my contribution. Thank you for listening.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Dumol. So we have listened to all the 4 presentations already, and the floor is now open for questions. But I think we will start with ones written in the Q&A board in the Zoom. Some were answered already. So let's have, there's a question here addressed to Dr. Saltana. May we know, this is the question, may we know if these marriage practices and marital concept of which they look into the women as expected to be meek and following the will of their parents and how they acted in relation to the purview of Catholic doctrine must be across the board, all maiden to those who were governed by the Spaniards in the Philippines, or such research can only be seen in the upper class ilustrados? If marriage is a special contract bound between a man and a woman entering into a family life, meaning to say the family in terms of betrothal must be governed by the church and not by the government. Dr. Saltana.
Yes, thank you. Wait, let me open. Thank you very much for those questions. I will base my answer on, well, it's other, maybe it's still unlimited material, but I think already sufficiently illustrative. So I've gone through matrimonial cases from the 18th century and a few from the 17th. And one I've encountered cases brought to court by women from, shall we say, different social classes. So from, well, those who are identified as elite, and those who, well, no, they were obviously not based on their other activities. So this thing of, the type of women is supposed to be obedient. Well, here you have definitely clear examples of women who were, should we say, advocating their right. For example, to resist or to back up from a marriage promise that was arranged by their parents because they didn't like it. Or the opposite. Now you have cases in which maybe this time it's not so apparent, but if you go through the case, you see that there's a degree of coercion of the woman. So this cuts across classes. So I think with that I'll answer the first question. So this was not the submission to parental authority was there. There's something cultural.
So yes, thank you, Dr. Camacho. Sorry. Yeah.
No, there's a second question.
Yeah.
A second question. This is just a quick answer. Yes. Now, for as long as Spain was a confessional state, the church had jurisdiction over marriage to determine which were valid and which were not. It's by also only the church and the jurisdiction over matrimonial cases also belong to the church. But the state did have some part in things pertaining to marriage, especially, shall we say, the material or property part. Came to litigation over the bigay kaya or break service. This could be taken up in the royal courts. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Camacho. The next question is for Dr. Jose. How do we know that the bells in Kamalanigan, did I say that right? And Lalo were indeed cast in the Philippines?
Yes, thank you for the question. I did not type the answer anymore, so I could answer to the broader audience. I did not show the detail of the bell in Kamalanyugan, but there's another inscription there that says Binalatoka, Santa Maria de Binalatoka, Oro Pro Nobis, something like that, no? And 1595. And Binalatoka, I have not found the place anywhere, but I presume, this is just my presumption, that it refers to the Binalatongan, which is the old name of San Carlos in Pangasinan. Binalatongan was one of the first missions of the Dominicans in Pangasinan. And in the 1760s, there was the Polaris Revolt. And the Spanish authorities were brutal in the termination of that revolt. And since Binalatongan was like their baby, just like one of the principal towns, the Spaniards felt very bad about the revolt coming from that town. So they ordered it demolished and transferred the city to the town to what is now San Carlos City. And so therefore, there was a diaspora of objects from the old Binalatongan. So I suspect, since Kamalanyugan, both Pangasinan and Cagayan were under the Dominicans, that the bell crossed Cordillera to where it is now in Kamalanyugan. So that's the only scenario I can give. But I do know that the Filipinos were casting bells already by the late 16th, early 17th century, as we can see from the accounts. I have written a book about that. But so far as we know, Binalatoka, that's the oldest bell in the Philippines. And I cannot imagine that the Spanish authorities would order a bell from Mexico just for this one town. It would have been more pragmatic to just make the bell locally. As also that we know that of Panday Pira, although Rizal makes a great thing about Panday Pira forging canon, other scholars have said, well, the canon were really more like lantakas. In any case, there was already the knowledge of bronze casting, and the materials, copper and tin, which are used for bell casting, were already available. Copper is available in the Philippines, and tin was imported from China. So we can use the Kamalanyugan bell as a benchmark. The outline is this way. It's longitudinal, conical. And for the rest of the 17th century, the bells of this period are at the same proportion, because in the 18th and the 19th centuries, you can see that the bell designs also, the bell silhouettes developed. So you can trace the evolution of bell casting through the extant examples. And the bell in Lalo has a similar shape to that in Kamalanyugan. So therefore, based on the shape, I can see that I would hypothesize that the bells are cast in the Philippines. Another thing is that there are such things as foundry lines. There are, when you make the mold for the bell, there are certain, like in certain parts, and you have a line for each, for the hip, the shoulder, and the whole thing. So these foundry lines differ per country. The lions that are found in the Philippines are not the same as those in Mexico or in Spain. So therefore, there are these technical details which help us to say that the bells are indeed cast locally.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you. There's a question here for Dr. Dumol. There's a shout out also, Dr. Dumol, for you. No? So it says, great to see you, sir, after all these years. There's a shout out. So the question is it not also documented that in many places, many were not alipin for their entire lives? If so, then there must have been some kind of system of assessments that would accumulate to that judgment that the alipin will soon be freed to be a timawa. Could this not be construed to be early roots of the moral reckoning or compassion, which seems your paper was pointing out to be mainly introduced because of then New Catholic faith in the Pueblos?
Well, I would agree to that observation, although I have not done research about slaves that were emancipated, but you do find references to them in the primary sources, occasional references. I am going to stop there because that's a very nice subject for further research. And again, I would think that this differs from region to region. We have that nasty habit of generalizing about Filipinos from northern Luzon down to the Mindanao. Yeah. So, but I think it's good to research on that. Yes.
So thank you. I think some of the participants were raising their hands, but they suddenly placed it down. Okay. Can you raise your hand again? There's one attendee. Just unmute yourself and ask the question, please. Anybody? There's somebody raising their hand. Okay, sige, nahihiya pa. Sige, mamaya na lang. I'll read the next question then from, this goes to all panelists, no? Yes, is somebody raising their hands and wish to ask a question?
Yes, Paina Ulindang.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I have a question. I have a question for Dr. Jose. Is it not the place? I think I wrote it down on the question box. Can you find it there? But
yes,
anyway, have you seen it? Okay. It has something to do with the lantakas. What I was saying in that question was, there was a source that said that lantakas were actually purchased from the Chinese during this period that the Maranaos purchased their lantakas from the Chinese. So that I could infer from there, since you were talking about Islamic designs, that probably if these lantakas were bought from the Chinese, it could be that these were the Muslim Chinese, because the Muslim Chinese, the traders also had a hand in the Islamization of Sulu and Mindanao during this period. So actually, it's not a question. It's more like maybe considering that source, by Combes. It's found there in Combes, volume 40 in Blair and Robertson. Yeah. Hi. Hi, Dr. Jose. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I typed the answer a while ago. But thank you for that, and thank you for making it also shared with the audience, because there's already a book written about lantakas, published by UST Press. But in that book, they were trying to establish the the sources of the lantakas, and they compare the lantakas in Philippine museums with those found in Sabah, Brunei, and others. No, it was written by Fe Mangahas and Mr. Alamiay, and my book on bells is volume 2 of that. We really are questioning where the foundries were. Where were these lantakas and bells cast? So, of course, that's not the last word. Those are not the last words on the topic. And thank you for the information. We will. This is always work in progress because the work on foundries is really lacking.
Okay.
So thank you. Thank you, Faina.
Thank you for that question, and thank you, Professor Jose. There's one more participant who was raising a hand. Just speak out, unmute and speak out. Okay, sige, mamaya na lang ulit. So this question was typed in the Q&A board, no? To all panelists, if we would like to veer away in the classroom from generally saying Pinoys were very negative about the friars, leading to their depiction in Noli Me Tangere and El Filibusterismo as so, what can we mention as specific instances of great contributions by particular parish priests or a religious order? And likewise, what are the worst abuses by specific parish priests that were documented rather than discussing the fictional Padre Damaso? In a related vein, this is a third question, are there authors who have compared the 5 early religious orders in the Philippines to each other? I don't know who wants to go.
Paul, ikaw na.
Sorry, I'm not a historian. Thank you.
Hinihintay namin ang boss magsalita.
Sir Paul, sige, go.
You know, I think this is an area for local history. Because we have to discover this in the different places in the Philippines, Luzon, Visayas, Northern Mindanao. There are different heroes, different villains. Let's discover them. You know, there are all sorts of pirate editions of Blair and Robertson, which are available now. And then students can use the index, check on their provinces, their regions, and then the missionaries who work there. Because I don't think there is any in-depth study, you know, just with those moral categories, the good friars and the bad friars. Now, I know that UST was going to publish, and I'm glad that Ricky is here, a book written at the start of the 20th century, which was going to catalog all of the monuments of the friars from all over the Philippines. Natuloy ba yun?
Okay, so yeah, na-delay because of the pandemic. But it's 2 volumes, ganyang kakapal, and it's a translation by the Dominican Valentin Marin Morales.
Yes.
So it should be coming out next year as a special publication. So admittedly, it's written by a Spanish Dominican, as a rebuttal against all these stories that came out in the early American period. It was first published by UST Press 1904 or 1906. No? And the way he did it was to send out letters to all the major religious orders for their monuments, not just churches, but dams, schools, literature. So it's a broader cultural discussion. So that, abangan na lang yan for next year. Hopefully things will be better. I would also like to bring to the discussion that apart from the 5 religious orders, there were also the secular priests.
Yes.
So the activities of the secular priests have also to be taken into account. in the first years of the secular priests, most of them were Spaniards. But by the 18th century, most of the secular priests were already Indios, and they were in Bicol, Tagalog regions. That's why when the Jesuits came back in the 19th century, the secular parishes were taken from them and given over to, nagkaikot-ikot nagkarga doon ng mga parokya to accommodate the Jesuits. And that was one of the causes of the revolution, the discontent of the secular priests. So they must also consider the role of these secular priests in the life of the Christian life of the country. In a previous paper, I have pointed out that the secular priests also built churches that we have to recognize, like in Molo Church in Iloilo, for example, is a secular built church. No? So hindi lahat puro gawa ng praile.
Dr. Dr. Camacho, and then Dr. Paredes.
You're muted. You're muted.
You're muted. Yeah. There.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm saying I'd like to bring up a specific parish priest, since that was asking the question. I came across him in two different archives and found him interesting. Well, I do research on marriage. So the case of this priest was one appreciates how they were. Shall we say, it's hard to take a black and white approach to them. In his case, of course, as a parish priest, he was working for the implementation of the requirements of canonical marriage. But at the same time, he was immersed in in lowland society. He had been a parish priest in what's now Laguna for many years. So he knew, he had a good grasp of the family ties, the importance of marriage in forging family ties and also breaking them. He was especially interested in freedom of marriage, especially for women, because of the terms of the Bigay Kaya. So some women could be compromised since their family had already received Bigay Kaya, so they could not, back out from the marriage. So I found him in at least two matrimonial cases, defending the rights of both man and woman. Somebody who was pursuing his betrothal because he had already given a lot of the bride service, and yet the family was rejecting him. So the priest sent a report to the tribunal telling them about the real situation, that they should look into the side of the prospective bridegroom so that he could really pursue the marriage. And then in another report, he mentioned, for example, how families had actually fought, literally, in the churchyard because of somebody in one of the parties reneging on the marriage promise. So here are very indirect ways that the parish priest could advance the canonical marriage, or at the same time taking into consideration all the cultural, aspects of marriage. Trying to weigh what was to what extent custom was admissible and compatible with canonical marriage. Trying to see what compromises could be made. I think that's maybe an indirect way of answering that question. It's not really black and white, but it's also understanding the role of the parish priest.
Thank you, Una.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Yeah, I totally agree. It's we can't look at these things as black and white, but at the same time, I think that no matter how favorably disposed we might be personally to the Roman Catholic Church and to Catholicism as a religion, in our personal lives, I think we have to never forget that when we talk about these things in terms of Philippine history, no matter how good a parish priest might be who's Spanish or Iberian, we have to make sure that we never forget that these were still things that happened under conditions of colonialism, and that colonialism in and of itself is, I think, wrong, and not something that people deserve to suffer, no matter how positively we can spin certain things. So I think that I just don't want to lose sight of that and be too, I think, celebratory about these things happening, that they still happened under colonization, and we can't forget that. So as far as like examples, concrete examples, I would say that in terms of negative examples of abuses and things like that, I think that it would be really, really difficult to find records of that in the records of religious orders. We know from practices, over the last century and even more recently, the last few decades, that the Catholic Church protects its own in a lot of situations, even in serious in situations of grave abuse. Of course, not all, but it seems to be the sort of the primary operating procedure. So I think it'd be really hard. You'd have to really kind of dig into maybe hidden files in order to find actual records of those things. However, there's some really great examples. I think of cooperation between Indios and Spanish missionaries, in my research on in Mindanao, among the ancestors of the Lumads. So like in my book, the whole sort of theme of that is collaboration and cooperation between the missionaries and the natives. Some in some cases, like really forging strong bonds of brotherhood, where some Lumads would kind of protect some of these missionaries with their lives. And so you can tell that from that kind of like bond that they must have been doing some good, or were seen as good people, or had basically formed these really strong relationships with the natives. So we can say that. But my favorite example, in terms of like someone specifically who did something kind of commendable or even heroic, is in the 1620s, when the Recoletos were first established missions in the uplands of what's now Cagayan de Oro in North Mindanao. There was a Recoleto fraile named Agustin de San Pedro, and he had a military background. And there was a time in like 1624 or something like that when the Cagayanons were going to be they knew they were going to be falling under attack from the Maranao. And so what Agustin de San Pedro did was he actually trained the Cagayanons in European style military tactics. They were able to kind of form a protective barrier around the town, and as the Maranaos laid siege and for an extended period, and when they finally broke through the fortifications, they were able to fight off the Maranao because of Agustin de San Pedro's training. So I thought, I always love that example that, and after that, basically, the Recoletos were invited to stay like permanently, So anyway, that was kind of my favorite example. The Recoletos have a lot of great examples like this, but of course, they're not going to
commemorate or tell you about or publish anything about or show foreigners' archives about, the bad things that the Recoletos did. So I'm only seeing the positive side.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dr. Paredes. Anybody from the panelists who want to add something? Okay. I think Jan Joseph Rivera has a question. Yep. There, I gave you permission to talk already.
Magandang umaga ho sa lahat.
Hello, good morning.
Ako po ay galing sa Cagayan de Oro. No? Ako pinag-aaral patungkol sa mga kasal. Yan kasi yung aming major in pastoral ministry for family counseling and marriage. No? Ang tanong ko po ay para kay Dr. Camacho. Nakakaintindi po ba si Dr. Camacho ng Tagalog?
Opo, nakakaintindi.
Okay, sorry. Inilagay ko po dito, no, sa paraan ng pagkakasal, saan po ba ginagawa ang Kristiyanong pag-iisang dibdib sa panahon ng mga Kastila? Sa bahay po ba o sa labas o sa loob ng simbahan? Kasi po, isa po sa mga tradisyon ng simbahang Katoliko ay ang pagkakasal na nasa labas bago pa ginawa ang yung nasa loob. Kasi nga yung paghahalikan ay this is part of the consummation of marriage. So hindi pwedeng gawin sa loob. Kaya dati ginagawa po ito sa labas. So ano po yung paraan? Sa labas po ba? Sa bahay po ba? O sa simbahan? Pangalawa pong tanong, yung pong scrutiny sa pagkakasal, ano po ba sa wika na nasa lokal o sa wikang Kastila? Yun lang po yung aking katanungan, Dr. Camacho.
Salamat po sa inyong katanungan. Ang nakalagay ho dun sa manuals ay ang kasal ay ginagawa ho sa simbahan. Pero kasi ay dalawa ho yung bahagi ng kasal. No? Yung una yung pagpalitan, no, ng consent. Ito nakalagay sa handbook, sa manual na doon sa may pinto ng simbahan, hindi mo doon sa may altar. Kasi yung sa altar po, yun yung bahagi na, yun yung nuptial blessing, yung pag-bendisyon. Pwedeng walang misa yon, pwedeng nasa sa loob ng misa. Ngayon, pwede rin naman ho ang kasal sa tahanan, no? Pero ano lang yan, sa bihira no, na payagan yung na ganapin ang kasal sa bahay lamang. Tapos so yung kung anong wika ho yung ginagamit, yung kasi kasi napaka-intimate ho ng mga tinatanong, no, especially yung consent, no, it's a very internal act. Kaya kaya po niya, yung kanina ko kung binanggit si Fray Sebastian Tutanes, sulat po siya at ito yung nailimbag ng manual, ng gabay para sa lahat ng mga sakramento. Kaya kasama na rin po yung parang script, kung ano yung sasabihin sa mga payo sa ikakasal, pati na po yung mga itatanong sa premarital investigation or what we now call as canonical interview para ho talagang magkaintindihan. So anyway, I think I also mentioned that first the handbooks were mainly printing also because of the expense of printing and the limitations of printing at that time were meant for the religious ministers. So they were in Spanish. But as the decades went along, then you have more, and also with the publication of dictionaries, of grammar books, you also have the manuals for with translations of the rites, as well as maybe the other guidebooks, like for example, confession guidebooks in the vernacular. the translations were especially for the sacraments that required interaction, with between the priest and the faithful. So this would be baptism, confession, marriage, and extreme unction.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Camacho. I'll read something very interesting, a very interesting question from here. There are many disputed events and unanswered questions in Philippine history. What do you think are the solution to these queries aside from promoting the writing of local history? So I think this goes to all panelists. Dr. Paredes, para ako nagpapag-graded recitation, sorry. Dr. Paredes, do you like to answer first?
No, I don't like to answer first, but I will anyway. No, I think that you have to start with local history, because without local history, you don't have a leg to stand on. There's no foundation. And, there's people like me, for example, who are based abroad, and, I tend to speak more in generalities about certain things if it's not directly about my research. But everything I do rests on the work of local scholars who I try my best to acknowledge. And I think without local scholars and local scholarship, we really can't have that. If there's anything that we should do, is that we should maybe put more resources to encouraging local scholarship and supporting it, and also citing it, and giving it an audience beyond the narrow local scope. There's a lot of really exciting stuff that's that you can discover by talking to local, very locally based scholars who don't think that their work is important beyond their municipality or their province, but it really is. And I think that if we can kind of support those kinds of scholars and help them kind of, I guess, publishing them, and, just sort of highlighting that kind of scholarship, encouraging it in future, historians, I think that's probably the best thing we can do. What we don't want is, what sometimes happens is that, an outsider comes in, like a foreigner even will come in and, discover these things and then publish about them. And then they become the experts instead of Filipinos. It's not, that to me is a problem of, with a power imbalance.
Okay, thank you. Any from the panelists? Yes, Professor Jose.
Yeah, I agree with Una about that, no? Especially about the balance of power between the local and the foreign scholars. We really feel that here. I feel that also related to that is the recognition of the existence of archives in the localities, and that this should be preserved at all costs. Meaning, essentially, the parish archives. There's not too much old archives in the municipal offices, but in the churches they still are there. And the reason that they are not being taken care of is that many of the archives that concern us as researchers they are written in Spanish, and most of the people have a disregard for anything that they can't understand. And these old 17th, 18th century codices are at the bottom of the heap, where they are eaten by cockroaches and they are the first to be deteriorated by the dampness. So this recognition of heritage sources, heritage resources, heritage personality should be increased and supported. There are already laws, no? There's the NCCA, there's all kinds of institutions that take care of that. But still, I think there's also something with the Filipino psyche that has a disregard for old things. They like antiques, but they don't like old documents. So there's something there which I can't really understand, and maybe other people can take that as a matter of research. I just want to add two footnotes to the talk about weddings a while ago, that a source of the income, small source of the income of the churches was the rental of wedding rings. The couples did not have their own wedding rings up to the 19th century. And you can find that in the canonical books, the income and expense books of the churches. So they would rent the rings, and I guess the rings would also go back to the church. But you see the rent, and not just the rings, coffins. So we find that there are small, medium, large sized coffins, and you could still see them in Lombok before the earthquake. They were carved, no? And so they were also rented out in the funerals. So this kind of local color should be kept, and you can only find them by reading the documents and if they are preserved. So that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Camacho?
Sorry, I will skip that. I'm preparing that question for Dr. Paredes.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Paul Dumol?
Well, nothing really to add to what Una and Ricky have said. I'm a great champion of local history. Really, I think that has to be written. And most of the time, it's not because people don't know the craft of the historian outside the university educated. No? And they're also the product of textbooks. And many of our textbooks really are, I don't know, some are ideologically slanted. No? Others are just have a strange take about what they report. So yes, local history, very much.
Okay. So thank you. There's a question here for Dr. Una Paredes. Thank you for raising the question on thank you for raising the question of self-awareness of scholars of their Christian perspective and paradigms. In my experience, it has helped me step back a bit and go beyond the Philippines when I considered the indigenous culture. So a question here also, okay, from your studies on the LUMAD, were there situations when the LUMAD negotiated as a condition of convenience? For instance, in the Cordillera, there was a case when an Igorot agreed to convert but negotiated that they go to church in their G strings or Bahag.
The second question, I sort of answered that already in the text a little bit, but yeah, I know that, I guess maybe I should say, just to answer the second question first, that I don't know of any, actual examples where it was like, I will convert if, nothing as direct as that. But I do know that, like in the more recent examples that, from, the later 20th century, like in my fieldwork, people do retain a lot of their sort of indigenous practices and kind of draw a really fine line between, and these are like evangelicals, really fine line between what is required to actually convert to evangelicalism and what in their indigenous practices would be in violation of that. So different people kind of negotiate, where the line is. But in the part that I answered on the chat, that in the stuff from my book from the 1600s and 1700s, that there were communities that would that had missionaries in them that would kind of do negotiations with the Spanish government as well as with the missionaries about like, okay, we're going to kind of let you in here if you will help protect us from the Moros, or we'll do this and pledge fealty to the King of Spain. And in exchange, the way they would phrase it is like, so one of the earlier presentations was talking about, some of these letters pledging fealty to, to Spain. There were some really interesting letters from that period, from Mindanao, where they're basically saying, they're saying that we will be the esclavos, the slaves of the King of Spain, and in exchange, basically pulling them into a kind of a patron-client relationship sort of thing. They negotiated for weaponry, for gunpowder, for help with the Moros, and lower taxes or complete exemption from taxes, exemption from polos y servicios. In one case, they said that we want to, you have to guarantee that our missionary will be here for life. Like, instead of switching him out with another missionary, because I guess they really wanted this guy to stay. And so, and then they said, and in exchange, we will be your loyal servants, and we will protect your territory from the Moros. And we do have records of Lumad warriors joining Spanish troops in expeditions against the Moros. So you have, like a lot of those kinds of, things being negotiated in these relationships. Absolutely. And I think that they could do that because they were in these areas that I call peri-colonial areas, areas that were not under direct as direct control as people like in Manila or Cebu, but they were still sort of impacted by colonialism. And so in areas like that, natives had a lot more power, a lot more autonomy, and they could decide things for themselves. You couldn't really compel them to do anything that they didn't want. As to the first question from Dr. Camacho, I think that looking at, if we're talking about sort of deep history of the Philippines, especially for the cultures and communities that are not in the mainstream, it's really, really helpful to do a comparative approach, just like you mentioned, with other Southeast Asian cultures, not just maritime, but definitely maritime island Southeast Asia, but also other parts of Southeast Asia. I think that having a Southeast Asian perspective, and that's where I come from, I do Southeast Asian studies, is a lot more productive, because otherwise we get kind of siloed into just Philippine studies and looking only at what's going on in the Philippines. And when we do that, what do we see? A Catholic world, and we can't sort of get our heads outside of that because it so dominates. So it's really hegemonic. I mean, that's the definition of hegemony, right? So when you pull back and look at it as a Southeast Asia thing, then it becomes a lot more interesting. Actually, a lot more colorful, a lot more, its history becomes more textured in a very interesting way. And you can more easily pull back from the sort of the dominant Catholic narrative. And there's a lot in Southeast Asian studies that helps kind of fill in the blanks, the cracks, make sense of the cracks in the parchment curtain, as William Henry Scott, his phrase. So and those things help fill in the gaps that the empty spaces, that the silences that that are found in terms of the Catholic context. So I don't know if that makes any sense at all.
It does. So we have a question here for Dr. Dumol. What can you say on Erasmus Darwin's observation in the Spanish Empire, where he said, "In my travels through the overwhelming Spanish Empire, I have admired how the Spanish treat natives like fellow Spanish, even forming mixed families and creating hospitals and universities for them. I have met native bishops and mayors, even military, which ends in social peace, welfare, general happiness that we would want." What can you say about that statement, that the Spaniards treated us well?
I'm not familiar with that quotation or the person quoting, But I wouldn't be surprised, as Una has pointed out, there's good, there's bad, right? Right now, it's the bad which receives all the attention. Just an example, our university had a seminar for public school teachers some years back, and we divided the periods of Philippine history among the different teachers. And one teacher, before she began her demo class, apologized because she said that she was going to say some positive things about the friars. Oh my. That means to say that we are not educating people in history. I think we are educating them in biases. No? So we've got to get out of that. We've got to get out of the bias of just the Catholic perspective. We've got to get out of the bias of just Manila or Luzon and take a look at other parts of the Philippines. And so I'd actually be very pleased to read more about that particular quotation that the person has. But I'm not surprised about it, because there were places in the Philippines where, and probably more than most, where the natives were happy. The whole story of the Synod of Manila is illustrative of that. You read the documents, I've written a book on that, and the friars were relentless, listing all the abuses of the Spaniards. It's really very difficult to generalize about the Spaniards in the Philippines, especially in the 17th, 18th centuries.
Maybe it would be helpful to make a distinction between the system of colonialism and then the individuals operating within them. That you could have good individuals operating in good faith, but at the same time, it's still an imperial enterprise, and it's still a colonial enterprise, which by definition, is about subjugating people, and both, it's about imposing power on people. Colonization is not something that people, in general would kind of like, it's not colonization if it's welcomed. It's colonization if it's imposed. And so, but if we think about the sort of wider system, that this as a system, it is oppressive by definition. But then we can kind of look at individual actors within it and understand that there is a lot more going on than just sort of, foreigners bad, natives good, because there are also a lot of bad natives,
Yes.
There were a lot, yeah.
Now, I think
it's stuff to their own people.
Yeah, to go through some of the ideas that I mentioned earlier, when I said that the peoples of the pueblos, at least those who addressed the referendum, were not subjugated peoples. No? So under Una's definition, you can't really refer to them as colonized. No? I would agree as well, because there were hardly any Spaniards who were present in the pueblos to begin with. Most of the Spaniards stayed in Manila, and the number of soldiers hardly reached 1,000 at any given moment. No, but I think we've got to be more sensitive to the two differences in colonization between the period of the Bourbons and the period of the Habsburgs. With the Bourbon dynasty, then you had this exploitative concept of colonization, which tried to milk the colonies for all the wealth that could be transferred to the mother country. The pre-Bourbon concept of colonization was not like that at all. No? And that's the reason why Rizal, when he sketched the first program of Philippine studies to be celebrated in Paris in 1889, he divided Philippine history between a period of autonomy before 1810 and then the period of colonization, and that's the word that he used, by the 19th century. So this was a difference that Filipino nationalists themselves saw. And at least from my reading, that's partly the explanation of Bonifacio's dapat mabatid ng mga Tagalog, because he was aware of a betrayal of a covenant. Now, the period of the covenant would fall under the Habsburgs. That's one particular concept of colonization. But then the period after that, that's another type of colonization, which is more familiar to us through Marx and other people who have denounced it. So I think we have to be sensitive to those differences.
I think, we have to be sensitive to those kinds of differences, but I don't know, for me, there's no good colonization. You know what I mean?
I respect that.
So there's no good colonization. It's just a difference in quality, maybe a qualitative difference, but I think 1810, there was a new constitution or something that was imposed on the Philippines by Spain. There was some kind of new...
The autonomy of the pueblos were abrogated.
Yeah. And so there were some changes.
Yeah, they were transformed into provinces of Spain, which Rizal did not like.
Yeah. And so, but this was basically we're talking about also the intensification of colonization after 300 years or 200 years. So
it's not intensification. It's really a change in political philosophy.
We're political philosophy, but it was still colonization from the beginning.
Yeah, but what's in the name? The colonization was started by
colonization
by the Greeks and the Romans. And when you look at the colonization of the Greeks, what they meant
was still colonization, foreigners coming to our lands and taking over. That's still colonization. And
I don't know. I think you have to study the documents themselves. I'm basing
those are their documents.
Opinion.
Those are their claims of empire over us.
Philosophy books.
Those aren't natural rights that they have over us.
It sounds very moralistic to say that it's wrong. I'm a historian.
You think colonization is okay under certain circumstances?
Historical documents.
Yeah.
And I have
but I think that we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that it's still colonization.
Yeah, but what's the name? What's the name?
No, it's not a name. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not semantics.
It is.
No, it's not.
Very much.
This is a very interesting exchange and argument.
I'm never going to defend Spanish colonization. No.
Yeah, don't.
See, let's do this. Let's take a break for this for a while, and this is going to be a very interesting arguments after, no? So there are more questions here, but we apologize, but we cannot accommodate it anymore. But we would like to thank our 4 panelists for the very interesting presentation and insights. So you took the historical perspective. Allow me to take it from communication because it's my major, but I like listening to historians whenever they narrate things to me. So I hope I got it right to summarize the points I got from the 4 paper presenters. From Dr. Camacho, I found it very interesting when she talked about the kind of oppression that women feel during the colonial period. No, it reminds me of the book Altered Meats, The Man Question, and this was written by a man, by Tom Morton, where he said that religion and the spirituality tends to create this cultural politics of marriage that deepens subjugation of women. From Dr. Paredes, and something very interesting in which the discipline of communication is taking as well, and we hope to understand it more. I like the idea of diachronic, and this kind of narrativity is very important, not only in history, but I think in social sciences as a whole. No? Getting away from non-Western multi-perspective. And I think there is really a need to enunciate a pluriverse reality that includes marginalized indigenous realities. That's why local history is very important. The paper of Professor Jose is very interesting. It reminds me of my travels in Metro Manila, especially the Intramuros area. No, when you see the bells there, so it's kind of across our family business store before. I was very intrigued. I never realized that looking at all the antiques displayed in churches, that they had a little bit of Muslim motifs. No? And I like to look at it this way, and which may be a follow-up and a good departure point for communication people. I realized that some of the bells were marked with names of the ones who made the bells. So in communication, we look at marking of the names in terms of crafts and arts that people produce, whether in the past or present. It's a way of marking. It can be a marking of their identity, which can be a form of resistance during that time when they were making the bells, resistant of the religion that is being imposed on them. And probably a struggle just to make themselves heard at some point. For Dr. Dumol, very interesting paper as well. It shows us that struggle for social positioning in the pueblo are experienced differently. It's not, you cannot generalize it across islands, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. And I like the idea when he said not subjugated peoples, but it can be a choice. So there can be a choice, which may infer that social positioning can be a choice too. No? So society or the communion of families and pueblos is also a choice of alternating probably your social positioning. So what are we learning from this? No? From all of these 4 papers, what I got is really the peeling off of the totalizing discourse, which is very important in the field of social sciences. And I like the idea that we should learn how to examine local history and probe into those peeling questions. So there is a challenge of homogenized cultural politics and what we call privileging discourses. And this kind of privileging discourses have affected and is consequential to our identity as a Filipino, quote unquote, okay, as an indigenous person or part of the indigenous groups, as a post-colonial identity, and as an individual who is gendered. Okay? So today we leave you with this challenge. No? Peeling off of totalizing discourses is embedded in a time-space continuum. And this is our socio-political struggle as well, not only as historians, not only as scholars, but as people. Okay? So then again, standing up for that socio-political struggle, peeling on totalizing discourses, is also a choice. So we leave you with that, and we end the panel for the session 10 of the Philippine International Quincentennial Conference. And I will have to plug, before we end, I have to plug tomorrow's, the December 4 lecture. The moderator for tomorrow is Ms. Jariah Gray, again from UP Baguio. The speakers are Dr. Jose Hernandez. The title of his paper is Diskursong Kristiyano Espanyol at ang Pagbubuo ng Nakaraang Pilipino. Then we have Dr. De La Cruz also. The title of her paper is Other Christianities, the Union Espiritista Cristiana de Filipinas in the Early 20th Century. Third paper for tomorrow is by Dr. Layugan, the third wave of the evangelization of the Philippines. And we have the fourth paper for tomorrow is from Dr. Esquejo. I'll read the English version. Empathy, Shame, and Debt of Gratitude, the Campaign of Filipino Baptists Towards Autonomy and Self-Empowerment, 1922 to 1935. Then again, a good morning to all of you, and we apologize we cannot address all the questions and all the interchanges that we had. So thank you very much. Congratulations to the 4 paper presenters. From the University of the Philippines, Baguio, Department of History. I'm not from there, but yeah, I like them and we love them. Ma'am Nela Florendo, and on behalf of our Chancellor Corazon L. Abansi, maraming salamat po and good morning. Thank you.
Salamat.
Thank
Thank
you po.
you.